Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for this week's Saturday Night Challenge match. We have the challenger, Mr. Bill Whitbeck, in his first match. And he has challenged Mr. George Trujillo. George, your call. George calls heads. It is heads. So George breaks. Kendra, you ready?
Research I've been doing on this Hall of Fame thing. I mean, we're going to overshoot 2,000. We should have.
Which we should do.
Just in case shit's more expensive. And speaking of which, you know, I don't know where Joe got his information, but I've done research on this plexiglass Lexan polycarbonate thing, and I've got all kinds of different information than what he was saying at the meeting. But the good news is I found out I've learned a lot about acrylic, put it that way. Lexan actually is polycarbonate. That's the first thing I learned. He was saying we should use polycarbonate and stay away from Lexan, but they're the same thing. And I don't think Lexan is doable because it's highly expensive. Lexan is the bulletproof stuff. And for a sheet, for a 4x4 sheet, about a half-inch thick, Lexan is well over 1,000 per sheet.
Okay, well, I think we can figure it out. When we get together, you say the 5th,
yeah.
Then...
The cheapest option I've honestly found is plexiglass, which isn't as strong as Lexan, but pretty strong still. Maybe we can double team him. I don't know why Rector did the challenge. Rector challenge put out 3 challenges, but George wasn't one of them.
we've got here tonight is Mr. Bill Whitbeck in his debut match. He's never played in one of these things, playing the #1 player on the Stix Challenge list. Rarity. In fact, we have not ever had that happen before, other than the very first match ever. So it's kind of expected that George is going to run over Mr. Whitbeck, and I think Bill is expecting that himself. But his game has gotten much better lately, and he's wanting to get a yardstick of where he is against the better players in town, and he's willing to put up his money to find out. And if nothing else, I honor him for that. I'll be honest with you, I think George thinks this is going to be a cakewalk, an easy match, and I'm not so sure. I think Mr. Whitbeck plays a little better than George thinks he does, and I think, as is in any situation, if you take somebody for granted, you could get in trouble, and there is a good chance that Mr. Whitbeck, who just fired that 2-ball in, there's a good chance he's going to win several games, quite a few games. He may win a set. He may win all of them if George takes him too much for granted, because, as you see there, he's a fairly smart player. And for the second time, George has got out his short stick. Good hit. I think already Mr. Whitbeck is showing George that he's in it to win it. These are more like the shots that we're expecting to see from Mr. Trujillo and not from a virtual newcomer. And with that, George is down 2-0 right off the bat. If anybody doesn't think this Bill Whitbeck guy is taking this match seriously, you just have to see the way he got down on the ball there. Didn't feel comfortable, stood back up, and he's taking another look. You don't do that if you aren't in it to win it. And he puts it in. 3-0, Bill Whitbeck.
That's good. Oh, I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I.
He can see the one ball. I don't know if he can see enough of it to shoot that combination or not. And with the 7 ball there, it's kind of tough to push out to a spot that George isn't going to be able to make. Looks like he thinks he might be able to make it. And he did. Look at that. Nice shot. Well, there was Georgia's first real opportunity to win a game, and he hit a little bit on the soft side. Usually the better players on a shot like that will fire it so that if the 9-ball doesn't go, it doesn't stay anywhere near the pocket. And the score is 4-0. Bill Whitbeck. That's right. 4-0, the newcomer against the #1 player in the system. Oh my, breaks and makes the 9-ball and the white ball.
Shit happens.
In that case, shit did happen. Wow. Nice. Thank you.
Allie.
It had to be somebody with mine.
Like where you were logged in at, since it wasn't you? Click that. Rapper. Sorry. They weren't really
How can you tell him?
I'll have George show you here when he does it. But I'll show you. I'll have him show you later. It's fun.
What about the picture?
Done editing. Now it's gone. The picture and everything is gone.
Oh my. Well, at this point in time, Bill Whitbeck is playing like a top player, and George is playing like he's the newcomer. Thank you. And he hits it right if it's got enough speed. Not quite. Wow. Oh my. And another scratch on the break out of Mr. Whitbeck. Kind of overdrew that ball a little bit. And he makes it after the cue ball. So once again, Bill gets up to the table with ball in hand, a shortened rack, and an opportunity. Once again, Bill Whitbeck is playing a pretty tight game here. He's making the balls he knows he can make, and he's playing safe on the rest. George got a break. Once again, a pretty savvy shot. Where a lot of people were believing this match was going to be a snoozer, it's beginning to be a pretty good match, and the crowd is getting bigger. And with that, in the 7th game of the first set, George wins the game. What a wide open break. Balls were all on the rail though, making it pretty tough. He's got a good shot on the 1. 5's kind of in the way of the 3. Not a simple rack, but it's a doer. And he says, no, I'm not trying that. Played a smart shot, but hit it a little bit hard, and now George can see at least a piece of the one ball. Looky there. What a try. Well, the table's a little prettier now than it was when he was on the one a minute ago. 5 balls out of the way of the 3, and I believe this table's runnable now. Appears Mr. Whitbeck can use the crutch as well. Oh, but he misses the 2 and leaves the table. Now there's a typical George Trujillo stroke there. He's overstroking a few and getting a little too straight on with his shape, but he's certainly in a position where he can get out here.
George.
And just when you think it looks like George is starting to right the ship, he misses that shot. Now Bill's a little too straight in on the 3 ball. A lot like George has been most of the shots he's made, but Bill makes a sweet shot there, gets to the rail and spins out. That's pretty. Oh my. a scratch.
Putting that fucking two ball down.
Then we get a dry break again. Well, we're starting to see a couple of mental mistakes on the part of Bill Whitbeck. He missed the 8th last game because he was afraid he might scratch in the side pocket, and this time he pushes out to a makeable shot. Same shot, same speed. George takes a quick break to the little boy's room and should be back in a moment. And here we are back at it. Four ball's in one of those funky spots where it's on the other end of the table, but there aren't any pockets at the other end of the table available for it. So he's either got to shoot this 3-ball and get around back behind the 4, or he's got to play that 4-9 combo, or maybe a nice safety. He decides to try and get around behind it, but doesn't hit it hard enough, and he hooks himself. Probably the right shot, just a little too soft. And he plays a sweet safe off of it. What a shot. And what was once a 6-0 shellacking now has become a match.
I'm not sure I call that something. George, I was just kidding when I said make a comeback.
Well, 3-ball's kind of tough, and the 4-ball's nestled in behind the 9-ball there. It doesn't have to be an easy table, but we are starting to see the true Trujillo. Nice shot. Nice shot. Now the trick is to get back on the four. Does he play this rail first, or does he try to draw out of this a couple of rails? Excuse me. Neither. He draws it straight down onto the end rail. What a shot. Just a little kiss off the 9 ball. He's on the right side of the 8. Not bad, not bad. And Mr. Trujillo breaks and runs a rack. And there are a few folks saying, glad you could show up, George. Where were you earlier? Nice. I believe Mr. Trujillo is trying to win now. Nice shot. He put a sweet little safety on that one. going for that ball pretty good. He just overspun it. He couldn't quite see all of the 4 ball to put it in this corner, so he put a little right hand spin on it to throw it towards the pocket, and he actually overspun it. Pretty good attempt though. Oh my. I don't think he wanted to bump that 8 ball, but I think he's all right. He can probably draw straight back and bump a little closer to the side pocket, or he can just find another way to get around. Which is exactly what he decided to do. He'd just come back around and get back on it. He says it'll go. But it doesn't. Oh my. Wow, wow, wow. And so after a 5-game drought, Bill says he's back in the game.
He had to take a nap.
Goes for a safety right back. Problem problem is he's left that one ball in a place where it's fairly easy to get safe back and leave him nothing on the one ball. Probably not the direction I would have played it, but it appears to have worked out. I have absolutely no clue why Bill did that. Maybe he was trying to ugly it up a little worse than it was, and I suppose that's possible, but it sure looks like the 6-3 goes, so he might have made it a little easier. George has a pretty good opportunity for a two-way here if he wants to shoot the 9 in this corner. The 1 should slide over by the 2-4, and he can take the cue ball up 2 rails and get it back behind this 6-3. If the 9 goes, great. If it doesn't, he can't see the 1. That's one option. But the truth is, there's a myriad of options here, and with ball in hand, George can pick just about anything he wants. So, instead of shooting the two-way, George opts to go for the 9. It misses, and it uglies this table up far worse than it was to begin with. Now that's a safety. And he gets a hit again. That wasn't a bad idea. Just popped the 6 out. If he'd kept that 1 behind there with the 9 ball, he had a chance of swinging at something maybe. Because this is an ugly table. Nice little faded shot there. Put that cue ball right where it needed to be. Oh, and another hanger. Wow. A little frustration showing there. Wow. I'm really surprised with what we saw the first several games that Bill missed that ball.
Can't hear you.
Wow. Now this is almost the identical shot that Bill had a little bit ago that he was afraid of and thought he might scratch on and missed. To start off George's run, and George shows him that ball can be made without scratching and wins another game. So now here we are at 7-6. Bill Whitbeck still leading, but now only leading by one game. Not much.
got the first time because we got to use on the head. And then this time it's like, well, yeah, I'd love to, but, you know, right, and I didn't know that. I was not there. Yeah. And that's me, and I don't forget about my and then you can do that.
I'm just sitting in the back. I just don't think no problem. Make sure you. Well, Bill sure had an opportunity there to make that 1-9, and he just missed the whole 9 ball, didn't he? And we're back to an even match. A race to 2.
I'm all over the place. I'm working out details of people on the display. Joe showed me some flex. Terry over here says he can do flexi for us for nothing. But Joe doesn't like flexi. Anyway, we'll work this out.
We'll figure it out. Speedy on that one. He's in luck though. At least the one doesn't shoot straight onto the 9. Bill took a swing at it though, and you can't blame him. don't know from this angle if he can see the 4 ball or not, but from appearances, he doesn't think he can, which is the key thing. It doesn't matter what I think. He's getting out his jump cue, so we get to see how he can use the little stick as well. Pretty good swing at that. Maybe just good enough to lose the game by, though. This looks pretty runnable. Puts a little stroke on that one, didn't he? And taking his first lead of the night, George Trujillo is on the hill.
Yeah, that one like the one right there. was like, no more. And I was like, you must have been talking to my dad. I'm trying to get my boys in the family.
A great kick there. Awfully nice safety by Bill. George just kicks right out of it. Wow. He says, come on around, ball. That's what he said. Oh, he didn't quite get there. Wow. Wish I had $1 for every time I've done that. Just rolled right on by the 9. And in the Christmas spirit, Bill gives George a gift, and George wins the first set. What a set. Good shooting.
Take a break in 3 cents.
Yes.
Mr. Inkler?
How are you, Terry? You doing good, buddy?
Oh, I'm out of here.
All right, well, have a good one. Unbelievable. Bill Whitbeck comes firing out of the gate. Wins the first 6 games. Has George 6-0, and George comes back and wins it 9-7. The old sleeping giant. George finally woke up and found a way to get there. What a set. That was a lot of fun to watch. Candy a second, and we'll be ready to rock. Yes, but it's your payoff.
All right, be good.
So, there's the 50 that you wagered. And there's the 50 that you won. Yes, sir. Mr. Whitbeck, it's your call on the flip. He calls heads. And it is heads. Bill will be breaking to start the second set. And we're off in the second set. Trying to handle. And he gets a double hopper. Stays down. Close. George starts out 1-0 in the second set. Eyeball's in a tough spot there. This hadn't got to be simple. George has got a table though if he can get on that 2-ball. Oh, he plays a beauty of a safety. It's just on himself. Oh, wow. Wow.
Aquí le van patolas, señorito. Ese no casó.
George is playing much better, but he's obviously not sobered up completely. Wow. Two nothing George. How's Mr. Shirky doing tonight?
Run up to an old guy. Just thought I'd stop in and see George. I told him this set might be a little easier for him if we don't give the guy 6 on the wire.
Yeah, that was that was something. Of course, you know, I think Bill, when he got here, I think he thought he had a swing at this. When he was playing like he thought he had a swing at it.
He was playing real confident and cool. And George was making silly mistakes.
You're right.
And the combination of the two just made things better for Bill.
Well, and Bill was playing pretty smart the first several games too.
First 8 or 9 games, he played real smart.
He made the easy ones and played safe on
made
it.
what he was supposed to make and got safe when he was supposed to get safe.
You're exactly right. And George, on the other hand, wasn't really making a whole lot of effort to start with until he found himself down a few.
Yeah.
And then he had to wake up or sober up right quick. But that being said, you know, I think we all knew George was, you know, George has the
Superior player.
yeah, exactly. He's got the better skills here, and eventually it showed out. But he's just lucky it showed out quick enough that he didn't lose that first set.
Right. Talk to your rec girl about randomizing the rack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Some guys like that so they can learn.
They do, but if you get one that hitters off the rack, then he knows where to go with the cue ball because he's making a ball and he knows where the 2 balls, if you're making that head ball, he knows where the 2 balls are going to be every time. That's why it's, I think it's better to randomize it. You know, if I was playing in a situation like this, I would want to winter break. I would want it random so
Right.
reduce the opportunity to run away from it if you get started on it.
And you know, he's still swinging at it. He's not playing as tight or as smart on the tougher shots as he was earlier. But I say that, and then he goes for a safety on the 7 because he didn't like it.
You don't like the best getting on the ball.
Right.
The thing that I see doing this.
Oh my.
His stroke is different depending upon the difficulty level of the shot. When he's getting ready to draw a ball, completely different strokes than following the ball.
And I had, you know, the truth is I hadn't noticed that at all. I'll keep an eye out for that just for fun to watch. And, but he gets out that second set after George leaves the 7 in front of the pocket. Let's see here. Yeah, I see what you mean. She's racking the 1, 2, and 3 up front. At least.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, It's the same.
And he gets a safety break out of that one.
I'd rather kick this ball anyway.
Wait for it. It worked out pretty fair. I doubt it. There's so many thousands of them out there now. I wish they would.
It's been a topic of conversation probably in every sanctioning body in the United States, but nobody's ever done anything about it.
I almost don't think they can because for two reasons. One, there's so many of them out there, but the other reason is the cloth we're using nowadays is so much more difficult to jump a ball with a full-length cue than it was back in the day before the jump cue showed up.
Back in the day, it was indoor-outdoor carpet.
And you could jump anything.
Yeah.
And there were guys that were just unbelievably outstanding at jumping. Dave Hendricks could jump anything. I mean, it didn't make any difference. He might jump 5-6 balls in a row because he couldn't get shape on the next one, and he'd have to jump again, but he'd do it over and over and over. And he was apt to miss a straight in ball afterwards, but
First guy I ever saw jump.
he could jump anything.
First guy I ever saw jump the ball was Greg Stevens. He jumped the ball, spears it. We're playing straight field. Jumped the ball, spears this ball straight in the quarter pocket. I said, "Ooh, I want to learn to do that." He said, "Fuck that, boy." He said, "Just learn to play shape."
Exactly. And with that, we're tied at 2. That's fine. It's a nice break, other than the fact that he's hooked on the one ball there.
That's the upside to stopping that cue ball out there in the middle of the table.
You're exactly right, but that's kind of old school too. So many people are nowadays breaking to get the one ball to move to the side hole or what have you. That it isn't nearly as common to see a 9-ball match where one of the players breaks and the cue ball stops in the middle of the table, like it was back 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the guy that could break and set his cue ball in the middle of the table was was way more apt to run out.
Because the chance of you having a shot at the center table are sky high compared to sitting on the side rail down by the spot or something.
Right, exactly. George is being nice to him, just not nice enough for him to get there all the time.
Outside pocket.
But his speed was perfect.
Not hard enough.
I went down to a small town down in Oklahoma last week for my son. Picked up a motorcycle that one of his customers had left down there. Dropped a valve, hammered the motor pretty good. I took the truck and trailer and went down to get it. I realized once I got down there that I didn't have any cash to speak of, so I went to the bank. They had an ATM in the bank. And I walked in, and here's these two old men, Jerry, that are about, they're way on up there in their 80s, at least. They're sitting there in nice, clean, crisp, starched bib overalls, white dress shirts, buttoned at the collar, long sleeves. And I thought to myself, my goodness, how long has it been since you've seen, that sort of thing? Because that used to be pretty common practice here in Wichita. You would see old men with bib overalls and white dress shirts on.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't seen them in years. It just really, struck up some real memories. When you
Kind of warms your heart when you see something like that.
Little,
doesn't it?
little town down here in Oklahoma, Pitcher, Oklahoma.
Pitcher? And Bill's still swinging here. He's still trying.
Yeah.
For a guy that's never played in one of these matches.
He's already lost the side bet. So he had a side bet with Jason or Brad, I'm not sure which. Bill wouldn't win over 3 games average per set, which means he couldn't win over 9 total. He's already lost that bet.
Right, and somebody must have known about that because they've already posted about that on here. But Bill almost beat the spread in the first set.
Yeah.
Good for him.
I didn't even know Bill played on the big tables.
That, you know, I've seen
Make
him.
it exciting for me. I have to be down to play. Nah.
Nice little shot. Left him a little angle he can get back out. I knew Bill played a little bit on the big table, but Mr. Whitbeck here, but he is certainly surpassing what I expected from him.
I think you and I have talked about it in the past. There's such a huge difference between a bar table stroke and a big table stroke. And Bill definitely has a bar table stroke because he plays 90% of the time on bar table. And when you watch him when he's got to whip it on the big table, he struggles to whip it. To get around when he has to really get around, that's where he struggles.
Well, and I agree with you there, but I'll tell you what, it's not nearly as bad as a lot of the other people we've seen come in here.
Oh, no.
That any time they had a shot, they had to really put any kind of stroke on at all to get on the next ball. They were liable to miss their object ball by a diamond and a half.
Yeah. I think Bill spends too much time figuring out how to draw the ball to where he needs to be. He doesn't understand the natural angles.
And I
or
think
he just doesn't like to shoot, full throttle English.
I think to his ability, to the ability he has, I think he's doing pretty fair.
Oh, I agree.
and on the other hand, I think playing to their ability, George is nowhere near what George is capable of doing here. So which is making this a lot closer match than it certainly should be. About half that hard, and he had a hell of a shot.
Yes, he did. That's exactly what I was thinking.
About half that hard, and he had a hell of a shot.
I made that same shot right there today in a $100 golf game and scratched it in the corner. Made me sick. I almost threw up a little bit in my mouth. 6-handed golf game.
Oh, he clipped that 8 ball, and it kind of held him. If he'd have got past that 8, he had a table there. And he still might. He cuts that 5, he's got to get down to this end of the table on the 6. But this isn't nearly as easy as it could have been. Now, did he get the 2-way? And he did. You think? I can't tell how far it is past the side pocket from here. George says he'd prefer to just go ahead and play safe or play at least semi-safe. And
I'm not a lockdown hook or anything, but it's a pretty safe shot.
right. Excuse me.
You're a lucky son of a bitch. You're a lucky son of a something.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm amused at these guys when they play safe, but they don't play really safe. And the other guy ends up kicking into it or whatever and gets far safer. Even if it's not intentional, they're just trying to get a hit. Because the truth is, if they'd have played it better safe to start with, the other guy wouldn't have had an opportunity to do it to begin with.
Just like when George kicked the one in behind that ball there, the shot prior to Bill's shot.
Right?
One pocket player would have shot that with low English, parked that cue ball right behind the 7. 6 ball would have gone 2 rows straight to the other end of the table.
Well, and a lot of times I see guys where they'll just put the cue ball behind a couple of balls, but they'll put 6-8 inches between the cue ball and those balls where, you know, my little sister can jump out of it for a good hit at least, and a lot of times they're apt to shit safe when they do. And where if they'd have froze up on the back of those balls, there's no jumping, you know, at all. It's just a... And that's exactly what happens there.
Get to a position where the guy can't make it, so you force him into shooting a good safety.
Exactly. Once again, Bill breaks pretty good. He didn't make a ball this time, but he lets his cue ball loose, and it's in a different spot every time.
He seems fairly fortunate. He doesn't get safe, but he do shots that are really difficult. Nobody wants to shoot the length of the table off the rail. They don't like leaving it that close to the 9.
Well, and here's another thing. You know, that first set, the first 6 or 7 games, George was just swinging at anything. And now he's, you know, tightened up a little bit, and he's playing a few safeties here, and it's helping him out. I think the thing that surprised me the most, no offense to Bill Whitbeck, but the fact that he's been able to run multiple balls in a row. And when he hasn't, he's been smart enough to play safe, but he has been able to get out with a 5-ball out, which...
Watch when he runs them, he's making the balls he's supposed to make. He's not making any crazy, spectacular shots. He's making routine shots that he's supposed to make, and he's controlling the cue ball.
Right, that's what I'm getting at, is that he's actually on this big table has been able to control the cue ball fairly fair. And he kicked that one right in the hole. Wow. Nice shot.
Accidents will happen.
sit like this guy that shooters watching something going on. I'd sit there for about 15 minutes looking for a waitress. Couldn't find one. I'd get my cell phone out. I'd call the front, I'd call the bar and say, "You got any waitresses you can sit back here in the corner? We have people back here wanting to buy shit." Boy, it was so being hot when they got back there.
Well, and you're in absolutely the wrong spot for getting a waitress to come to, because A, she doesn't want to walk past the pool players, and B, because I'm on the clock, I get the sodas for free, so she's probably not getting tipped all that well from me. and she just gave me a drink a little bit ago, so she's probably not even glancing this direction. There you go, one little psst, and she'll be heading this way.
I like no, she's pretty good waitress.
Anything?
Thanks.
Just the diet.
What happened? Did George choose one while I wasn't looking?
No, he went ahead and got out. Bill left him a 3-ball out, and he got there.
I had to do twice as straight, I might have lost that.
And Bill Whitbeck leads this 4 games to 3. And at least so far, it appears that Kendra here is racking the balls pretty fair. Even when George was up on her watching, the balls seem to be coming apart pretty good. You know, she's not a pool player. In fact, she doesn't even know the rules to the 9-ball game. But she's learning. This is her second week doing it. And like the majority of the other gals they've had doing, she looks good doing it. He overjuiced that ball.
He got an awkward kiss between that ball and the rail.
Right, and it slid right down there.
Just straightened it out.
You do whatever you need to do. It's crazy like that. Shot, George. It's crazy like that, I don't know. That's your daughter, dude. Look.
Thank you, baby.
And I haven't been warm since about Tuesday.
I know that feeling. Me neither. And I'm one of those guys, I'm chilly all the time anyway, so when the cold weather hits, I'm just frozen.
I'm generally not that way, but man.
You know,
This is not just cold, this is ooh.
I double up my t-shirts in June, so, you know, this time of year I'm I'm in bad shape. What did it get down to last night? 5?
4 or 5.
4 or 5, yeah.
So I have a long sleeve t-shirt, a short sleeve t-shirt, a level 3 thermal underwear, or thermal sweatshirt, a polar therm. I have the polar therm stocking cap on. I'm still cold.
Of course, a part of that is because Joe learned to run a pool room from Greg Stevens, and Greg always kept his rooms cold.
Well, if you're up moving around playing pool, it's not bad.
I think Greg did it as a way to control the crowd. I think he knew if you were up running around the table, you were going to be hot no matter how cold it was. But if you're just standing around causing trouble and you're a little chilly, you might go somewhere else. I say a lot of things about George, but he is an astute man when it comes to running pool rooms.
Just like you. Always got to know somebody in the town.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Yes.
You can always tell. My daughters say things, we'll be at a restaurant somewhere, and there'll be kids up running up and down the aisle, clapping in the boots and everything. And my daughters will say things like, my daddy was blistered. I've already been around that kind of stuff, you know. My daddy was blistered. It ain't easy being cheesy, is it?
And George leads now. 5 games to 4 after cheesing 2 straight. Yeah, it's only.
He didn't even have a seat. My friend. We used to go to church together. Like, fuck, when I moved down here, when I was...
Only George would start a conversation. We used to go to church together. Fuck. Only George would do that.
Bro, I haven't seen him in like 9-10 years. His sister, good little girl, drove around with some of my friends. Shot an 8-year-old boy. Right before her. She served 8 years of this. Great.
Go there! Oh! What? High fives! High fives all around!
9 ball on the snap after back-to-back cheeses, and George now leads 6-4.
Hard to fake there.
You know, when it rolls your way, it rolls your way. And it's starting to roll George's way.
some little town down there in Oklahoma that I got me some money. I had to wait for the guy at this little small engine repair place where he had it parked inside the building. He had a note on the door, be back in 2, you know, so I went over to the cafe to get me some lunch. And boy, it was small town USA, you know. Everybody in there knew everybody. And when I walked in the door, it was like, who is this guy?
Exactly.
The crowd, the chit-chat level falls by, 50%. You know, I go pat down both arms, shake head.
Oh yeah, you look like a rough customer. They just don't know.
Yeah, they just don't know what a nice guy I am. And
Nice shot.
the guy comes over to the table. They had a little two-topper table there. And I sit down at that table, and she came over and asked me what I wanted to drink. And I told her I thought I'd have tea. She said, "Are you ready to order?" I said, "No, I need to look at the menu." She said, "Honey, we don't have no menu." She said, "It's on the chalkboard."
Yeah, you gotta love them places.
"Honey, we don't have no menu."
Now I had that feeling one time when I walked into a place, but it was back in, I would say, yeah, it was a good shot. It was back in, say, the early 80s, and a gentleman I used to run with, Tommy Corner, told me he was going to meet me at a place and to head down there, and I kind of gathered he was already there, and I headed in there, and when I went in, I was the only white fella in the room, and he was nowhere to be seen, and yeah, all eyes were on me like, son, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, like a June bug in amongst a bunch of chickens.
Exactly, and just a minute or two later, Tommy comes in, and then everybody's like, "Oh, he's with him, okay." But that was kind of an amusing situation too.
I used to go up to the 9th Street Rec, which was in 9th and Grove.
Which is exactly the same place I'm talking about.
I used to go up there with a guy named Charles Knuckles.
Yeah, this was right across from Caddy Corner, across from a place called Rudy's Barbecue.
Rudy's Barbecue.
There was just unbelievable barbecue.
Yeah, and right next door to a place called the Rocket Lounge.
That's right. Yeah, you know the place.
I used to go up there and play bank pool.
Yeah.
And I'd go up there with this guy named Charles Knuckles. And every time I'd get done playing and I'd be getting ready to leave, I'd say to Charles, you ready to go? No? But I'll walk you to your car. You know, and I was pretty young at the time. I was in my teens.
Yeah.
I'll walk you to your car. And I never quite grasped until one night we walk out and there's about 6 of them out in the parking lot waiting for me. Because I had won too much of their money.
Right.
And they were there to get it back. And Charles explained to them that they couldn't do that. Yeah, you get that high lonesome feeling when you're the only guy in there that's not black.
Well, fortunately, I think the 7 rolled down just enough to make this a tester.
Yeah. George decided to play lead.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if he decided to play lead, but it ended up that way. Oh, looky there. He got safe.
Corner hook.
He corner hooked him. Wow.
You didn't see that safety? What do you mean?
he gets the ball in hand. Pretty smart shot there for somebody that doesn't play a lot of big table pool. He's got a lot more in his arsenal than I would have guessed. Let's just put it that way. Oh no! And he hangs the 9.
Yeah. Easiest shot of it.
Wow. Yeah, easy shot of that out, and he hangs it. No problem.
I would have said something before she put it out.
I didn't catch it.
They had a $5.25 luncheon special. With chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes that's got little pieces of peeling still in them, and green beans and corn, a couple dinner rolls, $5.25, and I thought, how do they stay in business, you know? When I look around and the place is absolutely packed. You know, there's 2 empty chairs in the whole place. Just, I think all that does is demonstrate that if you serve a meal that is a filling meal, good flavor and gravy, you can't lose.
Yeah, no kidding.
Of course, gravy's good on everything.
Oh yeah, gravy and bacon. Those are the 2 things you can never go wrong with.
Well,
Bacon makes everything taste better. I don't care if it's chocolate sauce. Chocolate sauce and bacon is going to be better than just straight chocolate sauce. And gravy is the same way. Anything's better with gravy on it.
That serving of potatoes must have been that big around and that deep. It probably cost them a nickel. And the gravy was everywhere. I mean, they gave you the beans and the corn on a separate bowl. Mm-hmm. The one where they keep out the gravy. You know?
Wow. George just missed that ball and it was already in the pocket.
He's not taking this very seriously.
Which is a shame because regardless of whether he's winning handily or not, this Bill guy has come out swinging and he's kind of earned a little bit of respect. In my opinion.
I agree.
You know, he took a lot longer deciding what shot to shoot than he did shooting it. He finally got down to 1 stroke and popped it, and if he'd have taken the time to angle it out as he did trying to decide what shot to shoot, he might have made that ball. But George is being nice and trying to give him an opportunity to get back in the set, because he's just whacking at stuff again like he did to start the first set.
Yeah. Come on, George. Get on out. Cheers back for 100
Pardon?
100
Good.
don't make any difference who is playing. George don't do this for the money. Where's this set? We'll lay down.
Always, you're absolutely right. If George wins the first two sets, he almost always loses the third set.
Got his ass a little bit. Bearing down. You know, I played on a team one time. Me and my son, and Junior Brown, Bob Seifert. I think the other one might have been Scott Brown. And his 8-ball team was playing in-house over at Rumors.
George, you're on the hill.
Hey, bring a shot for me, Jerry.
Junior always had to shoot first.
How about you,
Because
Bill?
he
You
had-
take a shot with me?
Shot of what?
Whatever you want.
Sure.
Tequila? I drink tequila.
Yeah.
Drink tequila? Pretty.
So Junior always had to shoot first because he had 3 leagues that night.
I remember those days.
Professional league player.
Yeah, I remember
He
those
had
days.
he had 3 leagues that night, so he always had to shoot first. So he'd get in there and shoot first.
Give me half a second. There you go.
And then me, my son, Scott Brown would shoot. Or me and my son and Bob Seifert would shoot. We'd figure it up and say, okay, Scott, we gotta have 42 for us to win. Okay. 44. Scott, we gotta have a 55 tonight for us to win. Okay. 57, 58. Whatever you had to have, just tell Scott what you had to have. And it was so neat because when Scott went into it, before the first ball was hit, knowing what he had to shoot, he was hell on wheels. But if you didn't give him a number, he was allowed to throw you down a 37, you know. But we'd give him a number. We need 42 to win this.
You know, I used to play on league teams. In fact, most people know I played on league teams with Reese Wilson for a lot of years. And we'd play with a couple other guys, whoever, or 3 other guys. And it seemed like, 2 or 3 rounds a night, we'd be put in a situation where, Reese and I'd play last 2. I'd play next to last, and he'd play last. And where we'd have to win both games 10-0 just for us to win the round. And I remember Reese saying one time that there must not have been a better 2-man team in the country because it seemed like every time we needed to get a 20-0, we got it. It was just nuts. Of course, the other rounds where I didn't need to win by a bunch, I just couldn't get there.
Yeah. Couldn't make 3 balls.
That's right. Yeah, I couldn't get there unless I just had to get them all. I don't know what the deal was, but that was a lot of fun playing with him back in the day. I'd like to see him back out playing again. That would be something.
He's not playing?
He hasn't played at all for a couple of years, and he tells me he got arthritis and wasn't even able to get out and about. He had it pretty bad for a while there. He's been on some medication for it, and he's doing much better. And he's thinking about coming back out and playing. I'm trying to talk him into playing a couple of these partners tournaments around here and seeing if we can't get his game back going. But boy, I tell you what, he was hell on wheels for a lot of years there.
Reese played pretty good for a long time.
one of the best league players I've ever seen. Now, you know, he didn't play a lot of tournaments for a while there, and he certainly didn't match up a whole lot. But
I've watched these 3 or 4 times when he was matched up. I thought he matched up for him.
Look at this picture my mom just sent me. From my daughter.
I knew that.
it's hard to tell from the picture.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just making sure. Okay.
What?
This one looks exactly like that one, and I'm not supposed to know that this
Right.
one's that one's
Right.
tiger. The apple falls right underneath the tree.
Yeah, I mean, not even an inch away from it in this case. Well, and you know, the funny thing is as little as Reese did match up, and when he did, not all that well, he had one of the better scores of a lot of guys. He won several thousand off of Rich. What the heck is that? I can't think of his last name. Insurance company guy. Sean Belford used to work with him. Rich. I'll come up with it in a little bit, but he won enough. He was able to open a big pool room off of it, and then right after that, Reese didn't do any gambling for a lot of years. Had that big score, and then he just.
You know, I never had very many big scores. Back
Valentine.
When I was playing. Yeah, Rich Valentine.
Rich Valentine. He won several thousand off Rich one time.
I played Craig Morris. Oil man, El Rey. I went 22. Started out giving him the 8. Ended up giving him the 4 in the break. We played for 2 days.
Played for 2 days, huh?
Down at Birch. It was crazy. Because, you know, I was well medicated. I was following in Grace Stevens' footsteps, you know. I was ready for another day if need be, you know.
Something else.
That pulled up on me, you know, after 2 days. And Kenny Cheatham walked over and he's paying off.
Jeez Louise.
Paying off the last 5. We've been playing for 2 days. Cheatham also looks at him and said, no gamble, huh? No heart.
No gamble, no heart. He's won 22 grand, and oh my.
Yeah, that's how much they're playing for, or that's how much I need.
No, they're playing for 50 cents.
That was the last 4 I ever had adjustments. He came over and asked me for 10 of it.
Yeah. Well, and that was how things were back then.
He said no. They were too good.
Something else. For a guy that was this tall. Yeah. Short break, and they'll be back at it. Yeah, things are a little different these days than they used to be.
Oh yeah.
But they were sure a lot of fun back in the day.
Well, you could walk down there at Burks. Chester make a call back there to them little cabins back, them little motel rooms back in the back. We could have 2 or 3 pool players up there ready to go in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And you know that little steakhouse with a pool table in it, or whatever you wanted to call it, restaurant with a pool table in it. You just about can't name a big name pool player back in that era that didn't play in there at one time or another.
Exactly.
You know, here you are in Wichita, Kansas, and you got that little Burke Steakhouse place, and I'm telling you what, it was nothing to walk in there and see top players from all over the country in there coming through and playing for big time cash. I'm not talking, you know, these, you know, $50 sets like these guys are playing, or $100 sets. I'm talking these guys were playing big time money in there, and a lot of money going back and forth.
Yeah, there was, you know, Mike Best played, Buddy Hall. The guy's name that owned Jim McDermott played a lot down there. He
Right.
would come up and play down there. And there was a time when, I'm going to tell you what, when Jim McDermott and Mike Betts might have been two of the tougher outs in the, you know, in the Midwest.
And you know, Mike's back playing. Betts?
No, Betts is dead.
Then he must have just passed away.
5 years ago.
Big tall guy.
We got all his equipment. Bob Owens got all his equipment.
You're sure? Because I thought he was in Salina. Is there a Betts Jr.?
Don't know absolutely, but I don't believe so.
Because there was a Betts playing in the Salina tournament. I believe his name was Mike Betts, and somebody told me it was the guy from Tulsa. But man,
It was the guy from Tulsa, and the
big tall guy.
Mike Betts was about he was about my height, maybe a little bit taller, big, probably weighed about like I do, 275, 280. You know.
Well, and I'm just going off what somebody told me, so I've been wrong.
I know it wasn't the Mike Betts, because Mike passed about 5 years ago or something like that. And Jim McDermott said, you know, he's got no family, you might as well. I'm sure it's not related, because Jim McDermott said, you know, he didn't have any family. I don't have anything to do with this equipment, materials and stuff. And I'm sure he'd like for Bob to have it, so me and Jack went down there and gathered up.
I'll be darned.
Brought all of
Well,
it
that's
out.
what I get for spouting off what I'd heard and not what I knew.
Yeah, yeah, they called him Silky. That stroke of his was. He did things on a one pocket table that make you go, wow. Can you do that? Can you really do that on purpose? Great one pocket player.
I'll be darned.
Bruce wasn't a good 9-ball player, but great one pocket player.
Well, boy, I sure do remember the days back at Burke's. That was something else.
You can go down there almost any night of the week. There's a game somebody's playing.
And it's funny how many of those guys that used to play there that are still alive and kicking aren't playing the game at all anymore, one reason or another. You know, Kevin Floyd used to play down there a little bit, and I hear he's in really bad health these days, and he quit playing. But I'm trying to think of Tony's last name, black guy. Played really slow, and he always, every stroke that he moved his back stroke, his head would turn back and forth at the same time. It was a.
What's his last name?
I know, I'll come up with it in a minute.
Yeah, there was a time when Mike Fetters and Kenny Cheatham and Bill Rice were all living back there in those little motel rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Chester didn't charge him anything to live back there, but he got half all their action.
Mm-hmm.
I keep the coin. Bill, great. I didn't run our ring count.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. There you go. Well, Bill wins the flip on the third set, and off we go.
And Bill's up 1-0. Go sit down. No jaywalking.
George behaving.
Oh yeah, he just
Happy.
yeah, and playing like he's not giving a shit. But well, he's kind of dialed in that break, hasn't he? Or at least appears so.
George, you're gonna have to shoot better.
I think he just liked to shoot it, period.
And George hasn't made it up to the table yet this set, and he's down 2-0. Well, I suppose George does get to shoot this set after all.
When Dave Whitbeck came to me and asked me if I would be interested in participating in that Hall of Fame
Right?
as a board member, I really thought about it. I looked over the list 2 or 3 times of the members that were on the list. And I said, there are 2 people on there, but I can't be in a room long enough to accomplish anything without a shouting match starting. And I'm not going to be the bad guy in this deal. So I just told Dave I was going to
Well,
myself.
and that probably was partially my fault, because I told him if there was anybody that I respect's opinion of in town that knows a lot of the old players and the people that played well here in town, it was you. And so I suggested that, not knowing you know, the histories between everybody.
Yeah.
And I still think you would have been an outstanding member of that group, but I can appreciate you're recusing yourself for that reason.
But after I looked at the choices they made for the initial group, they couldn't have chosen any other way. It had to be that group right there.
Well, and there were a lot of names mentioned. I mean, each one of us brought up anybody we thought could even possibly thought of for a Wichita Pool Players Hall of Fame, and then we discussed each one at length, which was the way it should have been.
Yeah.
pros and cons of all of them, and the truth is, even the ones that were voted in, there was a lot of pros and cons for every one of them as well, and
Sure.
And it ended up. I think the ones that were chosen were the ones that should have been chosen for a first time.
I think they made the right choices.
I think some of the other ones that we discussed probably down the road might make it into, with that. But I think those were the shoe-ins. Those were the ones that had to be.
Yeah, there's one that I've thought about many times that I would have probably brought up. Wasn't a great pool player. Man, what he did for pool and what he did for pool players, and Bobby Wells.
And he was brought up,
Was he?
and we discussed him. And in the final vote, we each got to vote on 3, and the final vote, he didn't end up getting any votes, but then again, there were some others that people thought maybe should have gotten a few votes that didn't, and that certainly leaves them open for next year and the following year.
Oh, yeah.
And I agree. He was certainly a very integral part of pool
He was
in
a
Wichita.
mover in pool.
Absolutely.
Had a Randy Anderson cue one time, and I had gotten it some kind of a haywire 3Q deal, and it comes out that I've got virtually nothing in the Q stick. I've got like $60 out of my own pocket in this Randy Anderson. And it was a nice Randy. I mean, it was one that had a lot of ivory in it and everything. Ivory joint, ivory butt cap. I only had like $60. And the deal all came together down at Shooters Thanksgiving tournament. And I'm walking out to go put the Q stick in my truck. And I got Bobby was sitting right there at the corner of the bar, the door's over here, the pool tables are down here in that corner of the bar there.
Right.
Bobby was sitting there at the corner of the bar. He had these $100 bills rolled up in a roll, waving them like this as I'm walking by.
He was a funny guy
I said,
too.
"What are you doing?" He said, "Fishing."
Yeah, he was a funny guy, that's for sure.
I said, "How many you got to, Bobby?" He said, 4. He said, "How many more do I have to put in there?" I said, "You got to put 3.5 more in there."
3.5 more.
He said, $7.50 for that fucking stick? He said, "You fucking thief, you stole it from me." Take your $400 profit. I took it out and put it in the truck. A couple weeks later, I ran into Bobby down at Shooters again. I said, "You still got that Q stick?" I said, "Yeah." He said, I'll take it. So I'll bring it down tomorrow. This was at the Valentine's tournament. Thanksgiving tournament's where I got it. This was at the Valentine's tournament. I came walking in with it the next day, and I walked in, handed it to him, and he opened it up, pulled it out of the case, and looked at it, slid it back down. It was in a George case.
Used to be a lot of those around.
He said, I get the case on. I said, "Fuck no." So he says,
Thank you.
"All right," so I just take the stick. So he takes the stick out of the case, lays it in his lap, gives me the case back. I'm going to fold it in half, and he hands it to me. I reached out and took it. We're sitting there talking. I folded it, and I cammed it, and I said, I said, there's $600 here. I said, you told me you'd take it. He said, well, yeah, I'll take it, but I won't pay $750 for it.
Oh, that's amusing.
But I love Bobby. He was just so funny. And, you know, I went in and sold it to him, you know, for $600. He said, you know, that's, he said, what do you got in it? And I told him what I had in it. He said, that's 10 times your money. He said, that ought to be enough profit for you. So, yeah,
We brought up quite a few people. You know, there have been a lot of players from the Wichita area over the years that have played outstanding pool, or that haven't played outstanding pool, but that have done a lot for the game. And so, and then there are some that have done both, that have played really strong, have done a lot for the game. You know, and the truth is, there wasn't a single person we brought up that didn't have negatives as well. And we cussed and discussed them ad nauseum until finally we kind of got stuck for a long time on one gentleman, and discussed him for a long time, and then it came time to vote, and we had the vote, and those are the ones we came up with, and I really enjoyed being a part of that committee to choose the Wichita Pool Player Hall of Fame, and now we're working on a really nice display. And you know, Terry Young, outstanding player, very much a positive influence on the game. He also teaches the game at Wichita State University, and
but you know, Terry is one of my favorite people in this game. From Wichita. Best individuals, fundamental skills in town.
which is why he's a tremendous teacher.
Right.
Follow.
Oh no, absolutely, and he knows that. As a matter of fact, Terry and I have spoken a few times, much longer than Terry likes to have a conversation about that very thing. Terry's aware that he's not a very extroverted or outgoing person, but as he puts it, now at this stage in his life, he's trying hard to be better. And and he's one of the nicer guys you'll meet. He just is not a real outgoing type personality. For somebody that's owned a pool room for so many years, it's almost surprising.
It used to be, when we would be playing down at Rumors, somebody say, well, where's Terry? Go like this, and you look clear down to the other end by the big table where that little counter was there on the west side.
Right?
Terry would be standing back around behind that counter, standing there by himself, just watching. You know, where the other side of that coin is Paul Wiggin. He's out there talking to everybody in the room. How come how come your brother's cousin's aunt's not playing in this league? Here, let me have her name. I'm throwing the raw collar. You know, Paul Wiggins diametrically opposed to Terry Young as far as extrovert, introvert.
Oh, they're absolutely exact opposites. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Terry would got around to borrowing you from Rivers, oh, it was forever.
You're right.
He,
No.
you know, oh, what was his name?
I know a few that were barred for life from there. Which one are you?
Oh, the one that was married to Kim Thompson's ex-wife.
Let's see.
I think he worked at Boeing, or still works at Boeing.
Probably shouldn't have been trying. It's late.
Anyway, he was over at the Q shop one time. Used to be about 1 or 2 nights a month. Renee would have pan-fried chicken for the dinner special at Homer's. Whenever she had that, Bob Owen and I would go over there and eat dinner on that night.
Right.
Without fail, because it was really good pan-fried chicken. We would call, tell them Renee we're coming for supper tonight. Make sure there's 2 orders of chicken left. We'd get there about 10 minutes after 6. What's that guy's name?
And for those that were wondering, on that last game, what happened there? George beat him on the 3 consecutive fouls rule. He hooked him, got ball in hand, hooked him again, got ball in hand, and hooked him again. And for the 3rd time, got ball in hand. 3 consecutive fouls is a win. So that's how George won that last game. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, since where are you guys going? I'm going over to Homer's. I'm gonna eat fried chicken tonight. So I haven't been to Homer's over 20 years. He said, Terry barred me. He said, maybe I'll go over with you guys, just go in and talk to Terry, and maybe I can get back in. Because he was thinking about playing a little bit of pool.
Right.
This guy used to play a little pool. He used to play real good pool.
You're going to have to remember his name eventually. 'Cause
Eventually I will.
I'm sure I know who he is.
So we go in there, and this is back when they had the L-shaped buddy bar right there by the door.
Right?
I go through the door first. Terry's sitting there at the corner of that buddy bar, and Bob's right behind me. We're headed right straight for the main bar. We're going to get fried chicken.
Yeah. Well, he is a celebrity here in Wichita. Mr. Bill Shirkey, who's joined me, and when he shows up, I listen because I think very highly of Mr. Shirkey, and he tells a tremendous story.
We have to think highly of him. We have to look up to even talk to him.
So as we come in the door, I go straight for the main bar, go sit down and eat supper. Renee's back there. He gets right to this guy, I can't think of his name. He gets right to where Terry's sitting. Terry puts his hand out like this. They talk for about 30 seconds and Terry points at the door. 23 years.
Yeah.
Still won't let him back in.
Yeah, well, and there are others that.
Oh yeah.
But and like I said, that's kind of the funny thing about that. But Terry, when it comes to the level of play in the Wichita area, he's certainly one of the top few of all time. I mean, certainly. But also, you know, owning a pool room for all the years he did and promoting pool leagues and then teaching pool, he was a shoe-in and maybe as big a shoe-in or bigger than the others. You know, and of course, you know, Junior Brown. Without a doubt, if not the better player from the Wichita area, certainly top 2 or so. And he's played and beat just about everybody there is.
World champions.
Yeah, right. Heck, there are books out there that have chapters on Junior Brown that have been read by pool players all over the world, and I'll never forget one time I went out to Las Vegas to play in the Valley International 8-Ball Association's tournament out there in Las Vegas, and Junior was on the team, and we got down there, and Junior's so well known, or at least known about, that we were standing there, and there was some guys from another teams right beside us that were talking, and one of the gentlemen says, "Did you hear that Junior Brown guy's here?" And there a guy goes, "Yeah, I played him in the singles tournament. I beat him." And Junior, who was standing there with me, turned around and looked at him and said, "Man, you must be one hell of a player to beat Junior Brown." And he says, "Well, I'll tell you, honest truth is, I kind of got lucky." And Junior said, "Well, I'll be darned." He says, "I'd like to meet you. My name's Junior Brown." And the guy turned beat red and turned around and walked off because he was just woofing. He'd never played him or never met him. But Junior's so well known, and his name is so well known that this guy was just, I mean, that was a big deal for him to, say he beat the great Junior Brown, even though he'd never played him. And Junior just, Junior didn't get upset at all. He just kind of made a joke out of it. It's kind of funny.
I'm going to go find out this guy's name. I'll be right back. Rick Schulte.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anytime you got a question about names,
And James Anderson knows him, huh?
I'm going to tell you what. I lost some money to James one time on a wager. I thought I had the nuts.
Well, and if you were playing pool, you did have, but that's a whole other story.
I said, "James, I bet you $20 you can't tell me who the fastest man ever in Major League Baseball from home plate to first base." He said, $20? I said, "Yeah, $20. He said, "Mickey Mantle, pay me." Now, nobody's going to think it's Mickey Mantle.
Right.
But it was.
I'll be doggone.
He knows little nitpick trivia has absolutely no value. He's got a whole mind full of it. Tony Wallace.
Yeah, Tony Wallace. That's right. That's who I was talking about.
I just thought of that.
Last time I seen him, he was driving a cab. He did a little bit of time, come back out, did his best to straighten out his life and stayed out of the pool halls. And but he was an amusing guy to watch because his form just intrigued me. Yeah, because he played with his head tilted sideways, and he played really slow practice strokes. And every time he backstroked, his head would turn towards his backhand like he was watching his backhand, and he would do that about 10 times, 15 times maybe, and then he would shoot the ball. I don't know I ever seen him shoot the ball hard. But he'd stroke it and he'd get it there and he'd shoot the next one, and he played pretty sporty. But that how he turned his head with every stroke, just just like as if his back arm that he was on his cue stick is like his head was tied to a string with it, because he couldn't move it backwards without moving his head backwards.
What happened here? 4-1. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I remember Rick Schulte real well. That's a funny deal. Of course. And then there was Terry Myers, and that was another guy that got kicked out of there for life, and rightfully so. But
I don't remember what Terry did get kicked out of there.
Oh, I do. But this was before Renee, and Terry had a girlfriend that was quite the pretty young lady.
Yeah.
And You know, I don't know, but rumor has it. Yeah, you know, in a little bit of a inebriated state. Yeah, and so he was kicked out of there forever, and
I forgot about it. I'm going to ask you. I'll see him again.
and in fact, I'll tell you how bad that deal was. You know, the guaranteed lifetime ban from Rumors. Terry just sold Rumors, and Rumors is now owned by another gentleman, Chris Kingsolver, and it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't in the contract for Chris to buy that place, that certain people were never allowed to walk into the building.
Exactly.
How funny.
Exactly.
And then, of course, there the other gentleman that was voted in, the late Greg Stevens, and Greg Stevens was an era a little bit before the others, but Greg was he was a world beater in his own right.
You hear a lot of times you'll hear commentators on current pool tournaments now say things like, "Ooh, that's reminiscent of the old freight train, Greg Stevens."
Yeah, and
You know,
they still, wow, that was an attempt at a safety, but well, you know, we'll see if it worked out as a safety, because sometimes they don't look safe at all and they end up as one. We'll see what happens here, but I guarantee you he was trying to get the cue ball behind the 8 ball there.
one thing I'll tell you about Greg Stevens, it didn't make any difference if he was paying you for $2 or $200. He hated losing more than anything.
Wow. But here we are once again in the situation we were discussing, where when George wins the first 2 sets, it's hard for him to win the third. He can't bear down. I don't know what it is.
I think what it is he's proven that he has won the match. That's all he cares about.
I think you're right. I think the monetary thing is far secondary to the just the knowledge that he's the better player.
Trying to get George's attention. Go the leg. Come on. We play straight pool on the back table out at the cube. Douglas and Westry right there. Greg's there. One more game. I'll give you 65 to 100. Playing for the dogs. This is when hot dogs were dying. And you were playing for 2 hot dogs and a Coke. Came to a quarter. Coach came a little paper cup about that. We're playing for the dogs. It was 65 to 100.
Well, and you know, the truth is,
I never ate free hot dogs.
I'll bet.
Ever.
I'll bet. You know, Greg was an unusual individual in a lot of ways, and I'm gonna be honest with you. One of the things that was in discussion was, you know, while he was one of the better players in the world for a while there, you know, he also taught an entire generation that to play the game at a certain speed, you had to do a lot of speed. And, you know, and there was that thought process going out, you know, in the pool community for a lot of years there, that you couldn't play at that level without being on the stuff.
It's still very prevalent. Very prevalent. You go to some of the, I went to Louisville a couple years ago, 3 years ago. Man, I mean, they're passing Adderall around like aspirins. It's still a very prevalent situation, and you know, anybody from my generation that played pool at a fairly high level played on speed. We all did. We would go together, and we would go together by crosses. We would go together by white crosses, so we could get 5 or 6 pool players together, so we could buy enough to get the volume discount. You know,
Right.
There was like a steady stream of really good pharmaceutical speed coming out of Mexico, and it was, you know, they had 4 or 5 different caps that they were bringing, blacks and black and reds, and Christmas trees, and they were crazy. You stay up for days.
Well, and that was probably the biggest negative was that, you know, of course he also opened pool rooms here in Wichita, in which 90% of all of the better pool players that are around right now
Grew up in
it.
Absolutely.
So you know, there you got the negatives and you got the positives, but the truth is you could never have a Wichita Pool Players Hall of Fame without Greg Stevens.
And the thing about Greg, everybody said, well, you know, he was mean, he was ill-tempered, he was grouchy. Catch him on the 3rd or 4th day, yeah, he was. And a lot of the other people that you guys probably discussed when you were talking about this initial group of inductees participated in the same drugs. It was a generational thing.
Totally agree.
Everybody did it. Was it right? Probably not. But everybody did it.
I just think Greg was way more out there and open about it, and it was a big thing.
There was a lot more focus on Greg. I mean, everybody
agreed with that too.
Everybody knew Greg. I walk into Chez Joy one night. Some guy, had called down at Burks and said, who's him? The guy out at Trujillo looking for somebody to play, and he wants to play Craig Stevens. I said, really? I said, can he play? And they said, well, I haven't played anybody yet. Me and Kenny cheated. Jumped in my car and away we went. We ran over to Trujillo. I went in and here's this young guy that's probably about our age, pocket full of money and ready to play. And Cheetah's trying to get matched up with him. He said, well, I really came to town to play Craig Stevens. He said, are you Craig? And he said, no. He said, I'm his nephew. I'm Red Stevens. So, you know, Kenny had red hair and everything. But,
Yeah. He definitely looked Lebanese to, you know.
Yeah. I'm Red Stevens.
Oh, that's too
So
funny.
they get matched up, and Kenny wins a couple $300 off the guy. The guy pulls up. He says to Kenny, he said, oh, he said, I'd have to have a little weight to go ahead and play you. Kenny looked at him, he said, if you need weight to play me, he said, you need weight to carry Greg Stevens' case.
Yeah, no kidding.
He says, Greg gives me the 6. And I'm going, and the guy kind of wandered off. I said, don't be knocking Greg's action. He said, Greg ain't never going to play this fucker. He said, this guy will be broke before he finds Greg. Bad as he plays. We left there, you know, it's midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. We're driving across town, headed back towards Burks, and somebody, and Cheatham said, let's go by the Famous and see if Greg's got the Famous. So we went down to Famous, and there he was. Cheatham goes in and said, well, he said, getting matched up with a guy over at Trujillo that was looking to play Craig Stevens. He said, I told him I wasn't Craig Stevens, but I was his nephew, Red Stevens. Greg thought it was quite humorous, you know.
Yeah.
But I never found Greg to be rude or catch him on the 3rd day up, 4th day up. He was a little edgy. You just had to steer clear of him, you know. I mean, ain't nobody in a good mood after getting up that much,
Yeah, no kidding.
you know.
Well, and you know, some of the other people that I can remember that, you know, that we discussed that I would expect probably down the road may make it in. You know, of course, there's Gabe Owens. There's a pretty good chance that he may make it in at some point in time.
You know, I would have probably never brought Gabe's name up because of my close affiliation with Bob, and people would have thought, you know, that,
Right.
but if you look at what he's accomplished in his short career,
Oh, he corner hooked him again, I think.
what he's accomplished in his short career, going a long way. He's going U.S. Open.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, out of all the other players and the people that we did vote in, winning the U.S. Open is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
You know, of course, there's not a lot of longevity there, and there's the, the disclaim in Wichita thing, which kind of makes it a little difficult to get voted in. But I would expect eventually he probably will get in there. Paul Wiggins, another person that has, he played really strong for a lot of years there. And not only did he play really strong, but he had a pool room that he kept full for a lot of years. And regardless of how he gained those league players. I don't know of anybody that promoted any harder the game than Paul Wiggins did, and I would expect he'll probably get in at some point in time.
The only thing that Paul Wiggins is the most one-dimensional pool player I've ever seen. He can only play 8 ball. He's, just for the sake of conversation, if he's a 9 on the 8 ball table, he's a 6 on the 9 ball table.
And I understand that, and
different strategies.
absolutely, and well, not only different strategies, but total different aspects of the cue ball control as well. A good 8 ball player plays 90% center ball.
Yeah.
Top, bottom, but not that much left to right. So he plays. They play a lot of ball English, but no rail English.
Right.
And on the other hand, 9 ball, because you got to get the cue ball back and forth. The majority of the time you're
spinning the ball over.
Yeah, you're spinning the ball left or right. You're using that rail English, and it's a little different deal. Wow, that was different. But so you're right, and and Paul Wiggins plays a very center ball oriented game. Not much left and right, and but I tell you what. He 8 ball and straight pool. He played straight pool. Really outstanding, but same concept.
Same concept, right? Same skill set. Center ball, natural angles, roll it where it needs to go. We tried to get Paul to start playing a little one pocket. Never were able to get him to start playing.
After George scratched on that on the 5 ball shot there, then Bill was able to get out, and he's leading 6-2 in the final set here. And from my observation, it almost looks like George is just not really even swinging at it. He's not trying real hard this third set after winning the first 2, and it's kind of a shame, but that's the truth of the matter. And of course, we were talking about Wichita pool players. Julie Mason's another name that got brought up. When it comes to gals, she played pretty fair for a while there. She played on the Women's Pro Tour, and I don't know that she ever won any tournaments while she was on the Women's Pro Tour, but she did win a lot of matches, and she's a pretty fair player. And eventually, it's like trying to compare apples and oranges. No offense, but comparing the women's game to the men's game. And if we were just comparing, if we're just talking about women, certainly she might have to be the one to carry that mantra, because she, as good as anybody that's played pool here in the Wichita area. Of course, there's also Lori Farha, Heisman, and I can't remember what her name is now, but Lori played out there. Roberts?
I think it's Roberts.
But Lori played really strong for a lot of years there. And there was another gal that played really strong here in Wichita for a while, and but she developed emphysema really bad. She's a mail carrier. Her name was Beth Wimber, and Beth played real strong for a while here, but she just had to quit the game altogether because the smoke was
The
just
atmosphere
killing.
in the
Yeah.
in the pool room.
So I mean, so there's some women that played really strong from the Wichita area as well, and I would expect at some point in time there will be a woman included in the Wichita Pool Players Hall of Fame, and you know, and maybe whoever that woman is out of that group. Maybe it's somebody we've yet to see.
Lori Farha is one of my favorite people in the pool business in Wichita.
I agree. You know, she's always been a real sweetheart. I remember watching her play one time, and it was a tournament. In fact, it was a tournament at Shooters, and she was pregnant, and her belly was out, way out to there, you know, and she was just running out and just beating the crap out of all
from everywhere.
Yeah, and just beating the crap out of every guy she played, and it was just it was so fun to watch. I can remember we were just over there because I was real young at the time, and I can remember just sitting over there and giggling at watching her beat those guys, you know, and they weren't liking it in it.
Yeah,
and they didn't have to.
that's right. They didn't have to like it.
They didn't have to like it. She was kicking that ass anyway. And for what she's done for the game of pool here in Wichita, you know, the same thing. She owns a pool room. She's promoted the game. She's, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if someday she didn't get on that list. She certainly got some consideration and always will. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Talked to her about 2 months ago. She was asking questions on how to change the crowd.
Music. Change the music.
That's the first thing I told her. All the laughing at, all the whole Air Force crowd. One's as bad as the other. When my second wife was regional manager for pizza, we had stores here in town. She was regional manager. She made a rule. If you showed an Air Force ID or came in an Air Force uniform, you could not write a check.
Oh yeah.
Not that you couldn't, if it was a bad check, you could get the money collected, but it might take you 3-4 months. Because the only way you could do it was to go through the base commander, and he would call you and say, "Hey Jerry, we got this bad check. When do you think you might be able to take care of it?"
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can't do it to June? Okay.
You're absolutely right there. As a matter of fact, back in 1984, I was a manager for Godfather's Pizza here in Wichita, and we had the pilot store. The restaurant that I was managing was the pilot store for delivery, the first ever delivery store for Godfather's Pizza, and they had it because we were so close to, it was at Harry and Rock Road there in Cherry Creek Shopping Center, and we were so close to McConnell that they wanted to incorporate the McConnell Air Force Base in the area for delivery. And it took absolutely no time for them to realize you didn't take checks from them.
25% of Pizza Inn's bad checks came from the Air Force.
Yeah.
25%.
Yeah, it's something
Huge
else.
number.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty humorous. I tell you, I had a friend who worked for Godfathers. His name was Rick Lee. He worked at that South Seneca. He managed that South Seneca store there, just north of Pawnee on Seneca. We'd call him on Sunday and say, "Rick, what are you doing?" "I'm working." Like, "What do you want?" "I want one of them Godfather's combos. One's got everything on it. Large." Mike and I we can watch football game. We need pizza. I said, "All right. 20 minutes, 25 minutes. All right." We show up over 25 minutes. Big, large box, the biggest thing they made, would weigh 8 pounds. The meat would be this thick on that thing. Well, now there's a little. Anybody that stays down through that's got.
That's pretty strong. Wow.
$4.
Yeah.
You never knew what was going to be. $3, $4. That's the best fucking pizza I've ever eaten in my life. I always thought Godfather's was the best pizza ever.
Oh, me too. Right up to the date where they changed their sauce.
Yeah.
And when they changed their sauce, it changed everything. But
Yeah.
they used to have the best sauce in the industry and really good stuff.
They changed their sauce and they reduced their toppings by 80%. Now it's just pizza. Have you had any of Picasso's pizza?
No, I haven't. Is it any good?
It's the best pizza in town.
I'll have to try it out.
Just order one slice.
Ever since I managed that Godfather's, I kind of, I must be a pizza connoisseur because I just love pizza. I could still, after all these years, I could have pizza 5 nights a week and it wouldn't bother me any.
Wow. Well, this is a different kind of pizza than you've ever eaten. The crust is only about that thick.
Mm-hmm.
It's done. It's kind of flexible.
Mm-hmm.
And you order a slice and it's about that wide, about that long. It's like $3.50.
The good stuff, huh? I'll be doggone it.
Really good stuff. I had never tried any, and my son called. I was coming back from the Starter Nazi. He said, he says, stop picking up pizza on the way back. I said, well, call one in. He said, I already did. I said, where at? He said, Picasso's down on Douglas. I said, all right. I whipped in there on the way back, went inside, and pizza was just big around. It's $40.
Wow, he makes the 9 on the snap again. Bill, you are on the hill.
Pizza as big as this table. $40.
$40. But worth it, huh?
Four people can't eat it all.
I'll be darned.
God almighty, is it good.
I'll let you know you wandered off, so I figured you'd come asking eventually.
Complaint form.
But yeah, so there were quite a few names brought up, and there's a lot of them that I'm betting eventually will probably get in to this Wichita Pool Players Hall of Fame, and we've really gone a long ways towards the display that we're going to do and that kind of stuff. And one of the harder things was finding good pictures of Greg Stevens.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Of course, the other two is much easier because they're still alive. But you know, back in the days that Greg was gambling, there weren't a lot of people standing around taking pictures of the guys hustling. You know, I mean, it's just.
I've looked online a couple times and there's scarce photos.
Oh, he missed that one.
He got a little jump up in him.
He did. He kind of jumped up on that one, didn't he?
Jump up.
You didn't hit that. You didn't hit that light or anything, did you? You didn't hit the light or anything, did you?
Something did.
And this still is kind of a funny looking table here. If he makes his three and he's got to come back and forth across just to have a chance to cheese the 9 or play a 9 safety here, because that's he went the wrong way around, but he
He was just. I think he was just trying to separate him a little bit. You know?
yeah, got past him and he's got a chance of skimming off 4 and making a 9. You know, I didn't think that 4 ball would go past the 9. From over here, it looked like the 9 had it blocked out.
He was playing a lot of to the rail shape.
He is, isn't he? I will tell you one thing that George has not done tonight that he typically does in his matches, and he hasn't left himself dead straight in over and over and over. George has had a real problem with leaving himself so straight in that it's hard to get from one ball to the next ball, and then he's really got to do something haywire to draw the cue ball 2 rails or and he hasn't done that nearly as much tonight, but he plays a nice little out there. And Bill says that's good, and so now it's 8-3
In Bill's favor.
You were talking about James Anderson knowing everybody's name, though, and knowing more names than more people. Kind of makes me think of a while back on the Wichita Pool Players group site here. Dave Whitten posted that he'd like for people to talk about different nicknames of pool players from back in the day that we all remembered. And of course, you're talking about Greg Stevens being the big train, and the freight train, and Cash and the different names he had, and other players and their names. And I brought up the fact that there used to be a gentleman here in town that people referred to as Blowjob Rob, and James. And James posts back that I'm being overly vulgar and all this, and gives me a heck of a hard time about bringing up people like this and all that. And the amusing thing was, the next time I seen James, he's all laughing about it, and he says, I was just giving you a hard time. I remember that guy too. And and he knew all about it. He knew the other nicknames he'd had and where all he'd played and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of a funny deal. But that guy got that nickname because he used to play a lot at. First he was known as Broadway Rob, but then he went to playing pretty much exclusively at the Golden Q, and where the Golden Q was located at that time was right next door to the Triple X rated place. Right. And if he would lose a set or two, then he would leave, go into the Triple X rated place, and then he'd come back a little bit later and have enough money to play another set. you know, and like I said, for all I know, you know, he might have had a brother-in-law or somebody backing him out of that place. But I know that was the nickname that he acquired over time. And you know, when you're talking about nicknames from that era, you just kind of have to bring that one up because it was unusual.
Right.
You know, no disrespect intended to anybody, but that was just one of those names that just, when you talk about nicknames, that was...
that one comes to mind.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, James gave me an awful hard time online about that, and then he thought it was awfully funny because he knew exactly who I was talking about.
He's got a really, really incredible memory. I'm ready to snatch a knot in his ass here. One of the guys that Chester had living down there in the motel, Mike Fetters.
The Fish.
Yeah, there's a nickname for you, the Fish.
Yeah.
Chester decides that Fetters is playing good enough, he's going to take him on the road. So he explains to Mike that he's going to take him on the road.
Boy, I think George is just trying to hand it to him. He flags that 8-ball right in front of the side pocket. He's ready to go home.
And I believe Chester tells him that he's going to have 65% to pay all the expenses and everything. And he'd back him. So Fetters agrees to it. They take off and they go out to Arizona, Phoenix. Chester knows some people out there. First night out there, no action. They're just kind of feeling their way around.
Right.
Second night, no action. Third night, they get a little something started. Fetters wins $300 or $400.
Right.
Chester puts it in his pocket, and they go on about the next night. They keep thinking around. They've been out there for almost a week, and all of a sudden they get